do is I'll just send a copy in rather than try and go through them all tonight, that they can do what they want with them. So, that being said, all those in favor of approving the minutes would say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, next is the additions to the agenda for routine administrative matters and/or pressing matters that will require ratification at a future meeting. Scott?
Nothing for tonight, Peter. The only thing is we will talk a little bit about financial contingencies if we have to spend some money before this disaster declaration, but we'll talk about that during the finance.
Okay. Right.
The UVM intern idea that came to us from VLCT, was it, Scott? So I think that's a neat opportunity for us, and I'd like to discuss it briefly.
Okay.
Yeah, we just basically got an email solicitation. I think at this point, it's just, if you're interested, I think we'll have to get back in touch with them, and then we'll see exactly what they can offer us in terms of time, how that might work. It probably would have to be remote, obviously, if they're students at UVM. They would probably be working remotely, so we'll have to consider that too, as we're thinking about tasks or things they might be able to work on with us.
Good.
So,
It looked like a really good opportunity to me.
yeah, it's always great to tap in if we can do it, and I think it's great. So we're going to pursue it and see if we can, make something work.
I think we did that a couple of years ago with, wasn't it zoning, Sue, or something we did? Yeah.
Mhm.
Pretty sure we had an intern in there
Yep.
from UVM that came down and did some of the stuff there, so.
And working
not new to
remotely
us.
might be the website might be an
Yeah.
ideal
Yeah,
spot.
we had talked about that.
That's-
So
Is Leah Clark still working on the website with you?
I think she's here for another week or so, and then I think she's off to school, if I
Right.
remember
So we
correctly.
could really use somebody.
It's always great to have somebody else to plug stuff in and help out. I agree.
One of the
So-
things that, I don't know if you suggested this to me or somebody else did, Rick. It would have been really helpful if we could have had right on the homepage of the website notification of all the roads that were closed for the last week or so. It's little things like that. If we had somebody, at the ready
Right.
to do that kind of updating, it would be a really good thing for the community.
Leslie Goldman employed a UVM intern very successfully last year, and remotely. It worked quite beautifully with Zoom and so on. So I think I'd love to pursue it.
Yep. Okay. We will definitely.
Okay, anyone else have anything? All right, let's move on to public comments on items not on the agenda. 3 minutes person. Anyone have any? Yes, sir.
I do. My name is Travis Kemp.
Hey, Travis, could you come up and just grab the mic? I appreciate it, only so we can capture your better on the recording.
Turn it,
Ju-
yeah, just
just-
turn it on.
There you go. Thank you, Travis.
All right, we good? All right, my name is Travis Kemp, and I reside at 20 Bramley Way here in Bellows Falls. For those of you that don't know, Bramley Way is a dead-end road. I'm here tonight to let you know that I will be installing a cable across the end of Bramley Way on my property on 2 existing posts that served the same purpose once upon a time. After the Hyde Hill project, the culvert project, the town had did a road and they used it as a detour, worked out fine. They installed signage at both sides of the road on Hyde Hill and Bramley Way, which stated road closed. Mr. Paluski, who owns the land in the middle where the detour was, took it upon himself to remove that signage. So for the safety of our children, pets, elderly residents that walk that street, I'm gonna put that cable up to stop that cut-through traffic from Hyde Hill. I don't mean to step on anybody's toes, but I just feel that it's safer for everybody that way. I look forward to working with the town through winter projects and snow removal and whatnot. But like I said, I'm just here to let you know that that's what I'm doing. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone have any comments? Scott, you have anything on?
Sort of grew out, like Travis said, it grew out of the cut-through capabilities when we were doing the actual work last summer and fall. And it's unclear exactly where everybody's property lines are. Right now, the town just has a temporary sort of email type of an agreement for the improvements that were made. So it has not been formally recognized in any way, shape, or form as any kind of a road in any of the classifications. So the question's going to be going forward, if there is some interest in making it a road, because there potentially could be some plowing benefits to that, there might be some conversation coming back to the board. But that's basically our interest at the moment. So we have two owners. The improvements I think that were made are actually not on Mr. Kemp's property. I think they were actually on Mr. Paluski's property, at least according to the letters. And again, nothing's been surveyed, so this is all, unofficial, I guess, for lack of a better word. So, and that's sort of where things have been left until recently we started having conversations about concerns from the neighborhood. So that's where we are at the moment.
And with that road, both sides being freshly paved, and now that access between those two it's a lot better than it's ever been. With that detour, they made a road. People aren't afraid to use it. And I've lived up there for 5 years. We've had once in a while you have somebody come through, but it was in a condition to where they weren't able to speed through there. So like I said, it just raises concerns. They come through at all hours of the night, whenever. And I bought that house on Bramley Way thinking it was on a dead end road. And now, and Mr. Paluski he may utilize that every once in a while. And it all originated with a threat of calling the police on us because we were blocking it, threats of suing us. So he has access to that property from Hyde Hill, and I think he needs to use that access from Hyde Hill. But more so than that is the concern of just the cut-through traffic. Like I said, our kids, I own both sides of that road on Bramley Way. So the kids, the dogs, like I said, the elderly people that live on that road walk that road. And they're just not used to that kind of traffic. And we just like to keep our neighborhood quiet the way it is.
Yeah, now, as far as I know, that road there's never been a roadway through there laid out by the town.
Right.
So that would be one thing we would have to look at. The other thing is that if there's any dispute on where the property lines go, that's going to be between you and Mr. Paluski.
Yep.
The town shouldn't be paying for any surveys. I mean,
Nope.
you guys got to know where your line is.
Absolutely.
At least that's how it's been explained to me.
Yep.
So, we'll just have to see, as Scott said, see where it goes and.
Yep.
And
like I said, I was just here as a courtesy.
Yeah,
to show that
no,
I'm
that's
putting
fine.
it up,
Appreciate it.
and, that way if
I
somebody
think
from the
most
town
of us have
comes up,
been
they're not
in
like, "Hey, what's going
contact
on?"
with either you or you. I know I talked to you down to Recycle at one
Yep.
point, and I
Yep.
know I've got a couple of calls from Mr. Paluski
Yeah.
because he knows me from way back when,
Yep,
because
yep.
we used to go up that way all the time when we were kids. I just kind of laid him off and just said I can't really get too involved because if it does come to a hearing,
Right.
then I have to be neutral.
Well, I simply just asked you which one I should go to. That's
Yeah,
all.
so that's all right.
So, all right. Well, thank you for your time and
Yep.
hearing me out.
Yes, sir.
May I make a suggestion
Sure.
during this? So it sounds like you and Mr. Paluski have an issue about access, and you want to cable the road, which is fine. Would it be possible to install a lock on the cable so Mr. Paluski can remove that and gain access and then put it back and then diffuse the situation?
Like I said before, had Mr. Paluski presented it that way, he presented it as, I have the right of way, you can't block the road. Doesn't acknowledge the fact that I do own, I guess it's unsure where Bramley Way actually ends. I'm assuming it ends where the pavement ends. It's 21 feet to the posts. My property line is approximately 23 feet off the pavement. I don't have a problem working with somebody, but he just hasn't presented himself that way. And like I said, I will work with the town if they want to do a gate. And I've talked to the fire chief, I've talked to Andy with the town. I've even said that I'd put a key lock on there, so that the gate could be opened. Mr. Paluski would have to let us know in advance as to when he wanted to use it. Like I said, it's a dead-end road. Who doesn't park at the end of a dead-end road? We just can't. And I have a secondary driveway just off of that. So I'm not unwilling to work with anybody. for now, I just want to cable it off and we'll go from there. And to put a gate there is going to cost me $300. I've already looked into it. Cable is not going to cost me $300. Like I said, I'm not unwilling to work, but
Rick, you have a comment?
Yeah, a question. Why did Mr. Paluski change his need to access that property?
apparently he's doing some logging on the other side, but he's presented himself this way before, even when we first moved in. We were parked at the end of the road, and he had stated to my girlfriend's father that, if we were caught parking at the end of the road, he would have to call the police on us. For what reason he thinks he can do that, I've asked him, show me where you have a right-of-way through here, and we'll clear the road. We'll make sure that it's open all the time. He says he doesn't have to do that.
Okay, anybody have any questions for Travis? No? All right, sir,
All right,
appreciate your
thank you
time.
much. You have a great night.
Yep.
Thanks.
Anyone else before we move on to the manager's report? Okay, let's go to the manager's report. Scott?
Thanks, everyone. Couple things. I know we've got Cynthia here, and I think Camilla's also on Zoom, and we've got Paul here. So maybe after I'm done, we could move some of the order of the agenda, just to spare some of these folks some time, because they're later in the agenda as opposed to wading through. So I'll leave that up to your discretion. But be that as it may, just want to give a brief update on where we stand with the rain from last week. So kind of one of those unexpected events, wasn't forecast for any particular concern. And Thursday night turned into, a fairly widespread problem. Certainly for us, I think at one point we had over 10 roads that were in various states of impassability. Leach and a few others were completely impassable. A few others that weren't as bad, but certainly weren't in very good shape. Luckily, we were able to get some assistance from DOT, and we've had some local contractors that were able to jump in, and we've done a tremendous amount of restoration in the past week. Everything's accessible and open. Things aren't finished grade yet, but they're certainly drivable. Now we're waiting, and we've been working with the state emergency management people. We've been working with some of the federal people on sort of damage estimating. We're waiting now to see if we're going to get a disaster declaration, and if it'll be just a state declaration or if it'll be a federal declaration. And obviously there's differences in the types of monies available and the types of programs that are available depending upon the type of declaration. So at this point, we still don't have one. At some point, I'm going to have to start paying contractors, so we can certainly pay them out of highway funds and reimburse ourselves later as we go forward, depending upon what happens with these declarations in terms of how much potential reimbursement we're going to get. We'll probably spend up to $500,000 on just the leach and some of the areas in and around there. We have to repair a bunch of culverts, put in a bunch of new material. There's some other locations, so this will be a fairly expensive overall when we're said and done here. This is going to approach $1 million worth of restoration when it's all just for Rockingham. I'm not even talking about what's happening in BF or some other places as well. So, and that doesn't get into private property and some claims that people might be making as well for that. So that's just simply roads, culverts, loss of gravel, and restoration. So it's a fairly expensive evening for a storm that wasn't predicted to be much trouble.
Right.
So that's where we stand, and hopefully we'll get that declaration, and we'll feel a little better about what we can do going forward. Yes, sir.
Are we allowed to replace culverts with larger capacity culverts and still get FEMA money?
You have to go through a mitigation process with FEMA. So they'll look at the damage, they'll look at what was there previously, and then they'll work with you. At times, they'll allow you to replace it with more. Other times, they'll make you share in the cost. It just depends.
How is that how and when is that negotiated?
When they typically will give you a declaration number, and then they'll assign people to the field, and then they'll come out and work with us on various project worksheets, and each project worksheet will be for specific areas of damage. Okay. So, and then once that's done, so the debris removal, the initial contractor costs, the reimbursement of overtime, all those types of things, Then we'll look at what other factors can we get from a mitigation standpoint, because there's always mitigation funds when they have these types of disasters.
Mhm.
And then we'll have to start tapping into that to see what we can do to try to make some better, more permanent fixes to some of these problem areas. If there's any good news in any of this, I guess some of the good news is the fact that highway guys in the last year and a half to 2 years have been really focusing on restoration of some of the ditches out in the town. And the areas that they did work in held pretty well. Some plugged, we had some places that we had some damage, but for the most part, places that we did ditching came through this storm event in decent shape. So I guess the good news is if we can get on top of some of these other locations and get some federal help to do it, maybe we won't see such an impact on the next round of this type of storm.
Mhm.
The scary part is this wasn't a hurricane or a tropical storm or one of our nor'easters or one of our normal, pick your disaster. This was literally just something that parked over top of us and dumped 5 hours worth of rain. It was, just one of these freak events. So,
Yeah.
but that's where we are at the moment with that.
I know that some of those culverts on Leach Road are on the long-term plan for replacement. Were those the ones that were the troublesome
They,
spots?
almost all of those failed. And in some cases, and all of them from what we could see, and we could only walk about halfway up the road, the rest was drone to really, and the farther you went up the road, the worse the problems were. But the ones that we were able to walk were pretty much, and these were fairly new culverts, they just plugged and just washed out, just too much volume. So,
Anybody have any questions, Scott? Rick?
I just wanted to extend appreciation to you and Andy. You guys worked a lot of extra hours, and
Andy and his crews were great. The contractors were great. It's funny, I've gone through lots of disasters in lots of different places, and the guys that stepped up here are local, and we really appreciated their help, and they've done a tremendous job, and they were there, hours after the fact. What can we do to help? They've got expertise. They work, without supervision. They're tremendous. So I really appreciate the contractors. Highway guys have been great, and I don't normally give a shout out to Vermont DOT unless I'm yelling at them, but in this case, they were tremendous, and I really appreciate their help. They were, giving us trucks, very responsive, and that was a huge help for us hauling gravel and getting material. So, when everybody does something, you got to give them a pat, and in this case, I really do appreciate DOT. They've been tremendous. So, shout out to DOT.
all right.
Not normal that we give them kudos, so want to make sure that we positively reinforce. I really do appreciate they were great. So
Even some of the public helped out, and I know there's a picture in the Reformer of Stanley Budzik on Leach Road there doing with his Kubota there, and I'm sure there were several others.
it's a lot of
pitched
self-help.
in,
Vermonters are big into self-help. So
that's
as
true.
we're doing damage assessment, people are out in their tractors dragging muck and
The little
Yeah.
washouts are filled
Oh,
by
yeah. Yeah.
doing,
neighbors.
yeah.
So-
People were not waiting for help in many cases, so which is great.
Yeah.
So it makes it
I'm
easier.
going to just jump in here. Betsy, I saw you waving a hand there. I think it was comments. Do you have something? I guess she's not there.
I think she's trying to come on.
Okay, let's go on. Oh, all right.
I didn't know how busy everything was, and I really was okay to wait if I had to, but if I can speak.
Yeah, go ahead. Just
Okay.
3 minutes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Scott, you were finished, or should I wait
All
till
set.
after?
No,
Oh,
go ahead, Betsy.
okay. Thank you. So I'm with the Bellows Falls downtown, of course, and a resident of Bellows Falls. I just wanted to ask, I noticed Elijah and I actually, we were walking around the island and wondered about the Jersey barrier that's on Bridge Street that is blocking the eastbound traffic to Vilas Bridge. It's got the detour sign and bridge closed sign, and it's blocking the sidewalk as well as that eastbound lane. And I wondered who put it there and if there's a way we can remove it and then move the signs back behind the sidewalk so that we could clear the sidewalk. The Keep BF Beautiful nights that we're having once a month. We have volunteers And I'd love to clean that whole section up so that the sidewalk was accessible and we're ready for the Vilas Bridge to reopen when that happens. So it really was a question of the Jersey barrier. If that's something that, if anyone knows who installed it and if we could move it.
They've been there a long time. My guess is snow and weather, and
I wonder if they just got pushed over.
my guess is over
yeah,
time, they
in the
just sort of
course of
got
plowing,
pushed
but-
around. So we can look at making, some minor modifications. The bridge itself is a little sketchy over there in
Yeah.
terms of voids, and we got to make sure that people
Right.
don't get
Yeah,
too.
they're trying to discourage foot traffic on that bridge also.
But I think we
so.
can make some improvements over there, Betsy, and Elijah had mentioned that, so we'll see if we can find some time and maybe go do a little field trip. and see
Okay,
what-
awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
sure.
Okay, let's go down to the agenda. The first item is going to be to appoint Caroline Kenny to the Rockingham Conservation Commission for a 4-year term to March 2025. Could I have a motion?
I move to appoint Carolyn Kenny to Rockingham Conservation Committee for your term to March 2025.
And the second?
I second.
Motion's made and seconded to appoint Caroline Kenny for a 4-year term to the Rockingham Conservation Commission. Does anyone have any comments? Questions? Hearing none, all those in favor would say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Number 2 is the appointment of Rebecca Gagnon to the revolving loan fund. We voted on this on July 7th, so this is basically a ratification of that vote. So I'll take a motion to ratify Rebecca Gagnon's appointment.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded to ratify the appointment of Rebecca Gagnon to the revolving loan fund. All those in favor would say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Number 3 is appointment of Chuck Wise to Rockingham Zoning Administrator, 3-year term, August 21 to August 24. Take a motion.
I move that Chuck Wise be appointed the Rockingham Zoning Administrator from August 2021 through August 2024.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded to appoint Chuck Wise for a 3-year term from August 21 to August 24. Any comments, questions? Hearing none. All those in favor would say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Item 4 is appointment of Stephanie Ager, I hope that's correct, to Rockingham Planning Commission for a 1-year term, not year, term, August 2021 to August 22. Take a motion.
I move that Stephanie Ager be appointed to the Rockingham Planning Commission from August 2021 to August 2022.
In a second.
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 Motion's made and seconded to appoint Stephanie Ager to a 1-year term on the Rockingham Planning Commission. All those in favor would say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Okay, recertification of salvage yard, 261 Williams Road. This is better known as the McDermott's Junkyard to all those locals.
Yep.
So,
Pretty much a ministerial action, but under the law, under the state of Vermont, we do have to periodically review, and if there are any questions or concerns, address. Otherwise, we're just asking for your approval for recertification. At this point, I'm not aware of any outstanding concerns. It's not an area where we get reports or any kind of complaints.
No, it's pretty tidy as these things go.
Yes.
okay.
I move to recertify the salvage yard at 261 Williams Road.
I'll second that.
Second. Okay, motion been made and seconded to recertify the salvage yard at 261 Williams Road. Any other comments? Seeing none? All those in favor would say aye.
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 All
Aye.
those opposed, no. Motion carries. One thing I did omit was to recognize the resignation of Tom Hernan from the Conservation Committee. There's a note in your packet, just wanted to mention that so you wouldn't be left out. Okay, 6, highway access permit for intersection of Pond Road and North Ridge Road.
So I apologize that we don't have a specific street address because we're still working on this particular location, but there was a sketch attached. It basically, at this point, all we're asking for is just approval from the select board for the access for that location.
So are we
Just
awarding,
basically approval for a driveway.
are
for
we
that.
awarding it a,
So the action that we're requesting is that you would approve the highway access
okay, that's
application
what I thought.
for that location, and then I just needed a signature.
That's Archie's. The signage for the recertification of the salvage yards coming around for signatures.
Okay?
Okay, all right, take a motion to award the highway access permit for intersection of Pond Road and North Ridge Road. Motion?
I move to, what's the verb I'm looking for? Approve, that's it. Approve the highway access permit for intersections, for the intersection of Pond Road and North Ridge Road.
In the second?
I second.
Motion's made and seconded to approve a highway access permit for intersection of Pond Road and North Ridge Road. Any comments? Questions? Hearing none, all those in favor would say aye.
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 All those opposed would say no. Motion carries, and I will sign it. Okay. Oh, Cynthia's been waiting patiently over there. I guess it's
Yes.
her number. You're up, Cynthia.
Thank you. So
Give us some good news. Tell us we're in the,
since our last discussion, Cynthia has been here, and some of Cynthia's colleagues periodically as well. So as we have been getting into the meat and potatoes of finances, we have found some things that we knew about, some things that we didn't know about, and so I thought it was probably a good time to just give you an update from Cynthia's, what she has been working on, working through, and then take any questions or concerns that you might have so that we can address those accordingly. So with that sort of as an introduction, I'll let Cynthia give you just an update as to the work so far. Yes, please.
Hi. So I'm just going to do a short introduction and what NIMRIC is, because I'm not sure that everybody here really is familiar with our work and what we're all about. But we are a Vermont-based company that you guys use our software to manage a lot of aspects of the town operations. I focus on the finance department. The town clerk uses some of our software. The listers use our software. It all integrates together. But what I'm focused on is your financials, the general ledger. You guys use our payroll program, the accounts payable, cash receipts. So it's all encompassing. All of those things are part of our program. My role at NIMRIC is the director of training and support. So I oversee all of that, but I also do a lot of consulting work around the state for towns that are struggling with their financials, training a new person, coming in if you have a vacancy and filling that spot until you find somebody. So I've been here, I think this is my third time coming to help out a little bit. So I was pretty familiar with your setup and all of that. So it was kind of a natural transition to have me come back when you needed some help. So that's where I come from. That's my background. I've been doing it for 20 something years. So it comes pretty natural to me at this point. I've only done municipal financial municipal government accounting. So when I started here in this most recent consulting job, my main focus was to make sure that your June 30, we're so close to the end of the fiscal year that we wanted to get things caught up for a timely audit, make sure you know where you are financially, what your fund balances are, and we really want to make sure we get that information to you before budgeting season. So that's my goal. 2 days a week is a very short amount of time to try to reach that goal, but we're working on it. And so the focus when I got here was to see where you were at. So the first day that I spent here, which was back on June 14th, I think, was really just looking at carry forward balances, making sure audit entries were done and from your previous audits, and that the bank statements were reconciled. Because if the bank statements are not reconciled, it kind of everything else kind of just falls by the wayside because you don't know if everything's posted. So those were the two areas of focus. What we found when I contacted the auditors, which they were very helpful in reviewing some of the stuff for me so that I didn't spend a lot of time doing that, was that the audit entries for your FY20 audit, which had just pretty much ended when I got here, right? Had not been posted, but they also included some audit entries from FY19 that had not been posted. So your carry forward balances had not been correct for a couple of years. So we started with that so that when we closed the year, we didn't have to worry about beginning balances being incorrect. That causes a lot of issues. So that was one of the things that we did right off. The next thing was reconciling cash, and I had to reconcile 11 months worth of bank statements. What I found out was during that time that they weren't being reconciled, and I think some of you are aware of it because there were specific questions that were given to me about where was the highway money from the state of Vermont, loan payments, had they been made, those kind of things. Those were the things that I was finding that were missing. Those types of transactions come through automated transactions. They're directly deposited into your bank account, or the payments for loans, your long-term debt, are automatically withdrawn or done through an online banking process. So the things that were missing were things that were not part of the daily operations, like receiving cash for taxes or paying bills through accounts payable. Credit card fees were the other area that you have fees that you're being charged a fee plus you're taking in a fee. That I had to kind of come to grips with. Interest, revenue, you get the picture. Those were the things I had, and every one of them needed research. So it's kind of like hiring somebody to come in because you have a leak in your bathroom and you open up the wall and then you have to go to the next pipe to try to figure out where, it's like a ball of yarn. It just doesn't stop because once you find one thing, you have to go to the next thing. So in reconciling the bank account, that's where we really captured a lot of that information that had been missing from your financial statements. That has been done. It's completed through June 30th. There is a $30,000 adjusting entry that I had to do. I think I've narrowed it down to back a couple years ago, there was a duplicate posting of a deposit that I have to find out where that went to a couple years ago and make sure I allocate it right. So there's not missing money, we captured it twice in one of the years. So we're working on trying to narrow that down. So once I got through that, I knew we had all of the money captured, all of the payments that had gone out, we had all those captured. I moved on to some other bank accounts. There's some investment accounts, some other stuff that I had to get caught up for assets. Worked with the library. They have some bank accounts that we had to update for the year. None of the transactions for the library for some of their accounts had been posted. So met with Mary from the library. Her trial balance matches their records. So I think the library fund we're good with. So we're just kind of pecking away at every aspect. So what I'm working on now is just trying to come up with a clean trial balance where your assets match a schedule that we have, that I know that they match that schedule so the other parts, your revenues and your expenses are okay, to come up with a clean trial balance that I can send to the auditor and say, okay, we're ready. I'm never going to be comfortable until they look at it. I'm just not, because two days a week being in here trying to catch up on a year's worth of work is just not, it's difficult. So in that process, I asked Scott if it was okay if I could bring a couple of my colleagues in to do some different things. Wendy, who is working with us, Wendy Wilton, she was the treasurer of Rutland City for 10 years. She's now working with us. She came in and helped me sort out some The tax variance accounts is an account that's supposed to zero out every month. That had a huge balance in it that needed to be cleaned out. She went through that in detail. We've found every transaction that wasn't supposed to be there, and we've done entries to clear them. So she helped me with that. I've also given her the project to reconcile all of the revolving loan funds. There have been payments that the payments have come in and they've posted. A couple of them we found maybe posted to a wrong loan, but for the most part, they're okay. It's just their schedules weren't updated. So we needed to update those schedules to match what's in the system. Once that's done, I'd like to send a schedule out to each borrower and have them review it. And if they find any discrepancies, come talk to us so that we can make sure everybody's comfortable with where we're at. I don't think there's going to be too many issues. It's just that has to be done for the audit, so I have her working on that. The property tax revenue accounts, and if anybody is watching from the trustees, the village trustees, it's the same discussion. When I work on it, I'm working on everybody. I'm working on the village, I'm working on water, I'm working on sewer, because it's all in one system. We just track it through separate funds. So sometimes we had an entry in the town that should have been the village. And I'll give you a perfect example, the COVID expenses. I've been hearing people ask about that for a while. There was a large grant, you got $129,000 that was to cover some expenses. That was that first round of COVID money, I think. It had all been allocated to the town general fund. So Gary had a spreadsheet that was really great. We tore it apart. I moved expenses to the right funds and then moved the revenue to match those expenses to the right funds. So when you see expenses in your budget and the revenue coming in for the COVID grant, it's because we've matched those expenses up to your fund. We are going to have to do some more work, right, Gary, on grants? He gave me a great spreadsheet the other day that I just had to tell him he needed to go away because I couldn't absorb that at 3:00 in the afternoon. But we really need to go through to make sure that the grants are coded somewhere where we can clearly say, this is what we spent, this is what we received. The other good example of that was I sat down with Kathleen. Her restoration fund, she knew was not right because she had a large, she got a grant for digitization maybe through COVID. And that money had been spent, the grant came in, but was coded to the general fund instead of her restoration fund. So we've moved that all over. Her and I reconciled that that fund is all straight. So as we find these things, we get one piece done, and it's just a huge giant puzzle to just try to make sure we're matching up expenses with revenues coming in. Couple bigger items for you guys. There's a highway fund. The highway fund budgets $275,000 every year to transfer to the equipment fund. That transfer, it's not a physical transfer of money like a cash transfer, but it's paper transfer. You have to debit from one fund and credit to the other. That wasn't done, so I did record that. That was a question somebody had asked at some point.
This is at 20, right? We're still-
21,
This is
FY 21, ending June 30.
Right.
Yeah. Grants, revolving loan fund. So I covered all those. So that's just kind of a snapshot of I'm taking one account at a time and just going through and saying, does this make sense? I'm not really going through every expense account and every revenue account. It's more the balance sheet accounts, your liabilities, your receivables, and your assets. In reviewing accounts payable processes, the accounts payable process is pretty smooth for you guys. Bills come in, they get posted, they're coded. Maybe once in a while they're coded to the wrong expense account number, and we just need to fix that. The biggest area of concern for me were there were payments, like I said, going through bank transactions. Either they're automatically being withdrawn, which is there's a large USDA loan, which is not the town, but it's automatically withdrawn in September. Then there's some other payments that are made. They were all done online, so they never ended up on a warrant to be signed for. So I've changed that process There'll be an invoice that is given to accounts payable. It'll run through accounts payable. It'll show on a warrant. So that happened. We've corrected that at this point. Receivables and that department, that's all fine. I don't have any issues with how that's operating. The only place I found issues was when there was a correction. Somebody bounced a check, somebody's account was incorrectly posted and it was reversed. All that was being done. It was the journal entry that had to be done as follow-up. So those all have been for 21 have been done. A lot of those we found during the reconciliation of the bank account. Payroll, on the other hand, is a significant area of concern for me. We reconciled the second quarter 941 of this year for 2021 because it was due at the end of July. And we found that there were a few errors, and they shouldn't all be in a panic. There's a few employees, and I think at this point we've talked to the employees that are affected that had their employee file was flagged incorrectly, so they were not showing any taxable wages or taxes taken out. So we are going to have to do a corrected 941 for the first quarter of the year, and we are going to have to re-reconcile the entire year of 2020 and issue some corrected W-2s. Like I said, the employees that are affected, I believe at this point have all been, there's I think 4 of them. There was also a fringe that was there was a insurance incentive that was set up. People get paid if they don't take insurance. They get an amount in their paycheck set up as a taxable fringe instead of a payment. So they actually haven't gotten the money yet. So we've got to make that up. So all in all, the number of employees that you have, the overall number that are affected are not a lot. It just is so time consuming to fix it because it's corrected 941s for all 4 quarters of 2020. Corrected W-2s, refiling of W-2s, and then the employees will have to do an amended tax return. So what that means for the future, I have no idea if there's penalties associated with it or not. I have no idea. The IRS is very, very slow right now in catching up with any of that stuff. So it could be 2 years from now when you hear if there's anything related to it. So like I said, payroll, that is on the list of needs a thorough review of just making sure that the fringes are set up correctly, the deductions. I'm pretty confident the deductions that are coming out of people pay is set up correctly, the amounts. So that's on the list. It's just Darlene Kelly, who works with us as well. She's also a resident in town. I'm sure some of you know her. She was the one that came in and helped me with the 941 stuff, and she's going to continue that when we slow down. It's probably going to be September, October that we're going to be able to get back to that. But we have corrected everything from this point going forward as far as when people get paid. I did perform the general ledger year-end close, so your system is currently in the new fiscal year. So we will start producing reports for your activity in the current year. Really, it was just a physical pushing of the button. It doesn't mean that it's closed. It just means that we moved on to the next year and we're still correcting last year. And then I wouldn't say a significant amount of my time when I'm here is spent on this, but there's a few hours a day, a couple hours that I am trying to make sure I'm keeping up with current stuff. Because if we don't keep up with current stuff and I'm only concentrating on last year's stuff, we're going to get behind again, and it's just going to snowball, and I don't want that to happen. So all of your state revenue has been posted through, I think it was Tuesday I was there. Brenda and Pam are just, I couldn't do it if they weren't there because they're so helpful. If I need something, they get it. If we need to change a procedure, we're doing it. So honestly, everybody's just been super helpful since I've been here. You know, I met with Sean McGinnis, I met with Rob Wheeler on their budgets. They told me some things that didn't look quite right, so we moved some expenses around. And it's not all doom and gloom. it's just a lot of, it's like peeling an onion. It's just, you peel this layer and then it's like, oh, I need to fix that layer. I think the auditors are going to be a great partner to work with. They do have a division in their office that will review some other things if we get, like the due to froms, I'm a little bit, once I catch up on some other stuff, I know there's due to from questions, especially with the village and water and sewer, which could relate to the town. I don't think so, but I think it's between those entities. But I might need their help in kind of tearing that apart when we get that far. And they're willing to do it, and they have a division in their office that can do it that won't impact them being able to do the audit. So they're two separate entities within their own. So that's an option if I'll try to tackle it first, but so really that's what I've been up to. So when you see the bills come through and they're pretty significant, there's a lot of work being done, but I think it's important that we all just work together, keep it open. Everybody knows what's going on, and just fire questions at me. I know Peter sent me a bunch of questions, and I'm just kind of working through them as I go. And I really haven't answered many of them, but we're a couple of them maybe.
Yeah, just my comment that we have met, the finance committee met with Scott, Cynthia, Jiggs and I got together and we went through it. Then the follow-up was, as Cynthia just mentioned, a bunch of questions that we had that we want to get straightened out. And most of them have been answered, so as she said, it's just, it's just a big mess. It's being, every time you start unraveling one corner, you find another one. So
Yeah.
it's been working out well. It's just taking time consuming, that's all. So, Rick, you had something?
Yeah, how did our auditor not report this stuff to us at the town meeting last, when wouldn't it be, I mean, you've described some pretty significant faults and just things that weren't done, systems that weren't operating the way they were supposed to. How did our auditor miss this stuff?
Comments in the management letter that go back 2 years, 2+ audits that recognize some of these questions, not to the level of detail that I think Cynthia has been able to uncover. One of the things that we were working on with them was what Cynthia had alluded to. They do have a division that will come in and update your practices to more closely match best practices. And we had started to engage them in that process, but frankly, I think some of the other problems that we were not as aware of was some of the issues about the payroll. That was something that came out. And I don't know if that's a lack of training, just a lack of, it was just an error. But so that process we're overhauling and we'll update. The other processes that they were recognized in the management letter, but they did not create a significant finding. They just identified them as findings. And so those were some of the things we were working on as we came up through the last audit. As Cynthia alluded to, some of these went back to 2019. So the auditors have been working, I think probably COVID set them back in some cases because they weren't on site as much. But they had identified some of these concerns that far back.
How did we not, we the select board, not pick up on that?
I think you, the select board, picked up on it periodically and were frustrated that you weren't getting the answers that made sense. I think that's probably the fairest way I can state that. So
Okay.
there was concerns have been raised publicly and privately. Answers were given, and in some cases the answers were just not correct. In some cases the work wasn't done. So I think that's sort of where we got to the point we're at now. And I think from my standpoint, at least I'm going to feel better when Cynthia has gotten to the point and the auditors have gotten to the point. I think we can feel confident that we've at least established benchmark financials for the last 2 fiscal years that I think we'll feel pretty good about. And then we'll implement practices that I think will eliminate some of these problems from reoccurring. So that's really the goal at this point. Some of that's going to be retraining because there were obviously things we were doing incorrectly that weren't software problems or weren't related to anything more than I think mistakes were being made, and it compounded over time. So I don't know, Cynthia, you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, the only thing that I would add to that is remember, I'm looking at FY '21. They were looking at FY '20. I don't know if the things I'm finding were as significant back then. I don't, and remember, I'm looking at every single month, every single detail. They're looking at just numbers at June 30 and doing some testing
Mhm.
of the rest of the year. So it's one of those things that I think that kind of gets lost with, if you're not in the trenches of it every day, that auditors are not looking in such detail. They really are just making sure what you give them at June 30 matches something that, as an example, your delinquent tax list better match your number that's on the balance sheet as what's due to you.
Mhm.
So I think that that's, that's what I mean, obviously the auditors would have to answer for themselves, but that's the answer I can give, that they probably didn't know how significant some of this stuff was. And as far as payroll goes, the payroll finding that I found was because I was in the details, and they just ask for, can you give me your 941s for the 4 quarters of that year? I'm looking at calendar year, they're looking at fiscal year, so
Mm.
it's just a different, we're looking at different things.
Okay.
And so, um, that's probably what I would say in their absence of being able to answer that themselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I can reaffirm what Scott said, that we did ask several. There are several meetings I would come in with at least 15 or 20 list of questions, and they would just drive people crazy because, oh, here he goes again.
Yeah.
But they never really got answered to the
That's it.
fact that they should have been. And so, we'll look into it was the answer we kept getting, and we never got the answer to what they ever looked into. So
Okay.
it wasn't that it was neglected, it was just,
Yeah.
we just couldn't get the answers. I mean, and just, so you just said, well, that's the way it is, and when the auditors did their thing, they, everything seemed to be all right, so,
Yeah.
that's where it ended up.
I think the other thing that's important to hear, because you might not know, is the discussion that Scott was just saying he was having with the auditors about making sure best practice was in place. Best practice has been in place in Bellows Falls and Rockingham in the past. Like when I first came in, it was when Nikki was here. And she was, I think she left for another job. I don't know. She kind of gave me the ropes when I came in, and I was helping with payroll at that point. And those best practices are here. We just need to reinstate them. So we know what needs to be, I know what needs to be done. So I don't think you need to focus any energy or money on that. They're here. We may need to tweak some, we may need to shuffle some work to other people, with however you're going to structure a new finance department. I don't know what that's going to look like for you in the future, but we have that pretty well. And I think you have some good policies, you have some good practices, and I'm not worried about that part of it. It's just getting the right mix of staff to make it happen. So that's, yeah, like he said, I just can't wait. I want the audit. I want to be able to give the auditors and just say, let's go for it. But there are things, I mean, if you look at your balance sheet right now, if I was to print a financial statement for you today, your balance sheet and your liabilities are all over the place, and it's payroll, benefits, health insurance, dental, all of those, that I just have to go through them. Not saying there's anything wrong on the employee side, it's just how it's being processed from payroll to make it to the financial statement. And so health insurance, as an example, there are a few people that are not getting paid right now, but they actually still have health insurance for one reason or another, and it's a personnel issue. It's not unusual. There's nothing going on. But we're directly paying the payment out of that liability, but their information's never hitting it because we're not paying them. So I had to reallocate all of those expenses over to the right expense account. So it's just so time consuming. I mean, I love it because it's like a puzzle to me. I mean, I don't always love it. I don't want to make it sound like I'm joyful about it, but I do. When I find something, I'm like, oh, good, that matched.
You know, she comes at me more often with not loving it.
Yeah. But
There is
I
joy
do
when you
love the
solve
fact that she does identify problems and fix them, and
I was off 2 cents the other day, and he kind of rolled his eyes at me. He's like, 2 cents? I'm like, I don't care. There shouldn't
we
be.
can write off 2 cents.
Yeah.
Don't feel bad, Cynthia, I'm the same way.
Yeah,
Once I
it
can't
drives me
find that 2
crazy.
cents, it drives
I
me
found
nuts.
it. I found it. I didn't spend a lot of time finding it, but I found it.
I think the good news is we're making the progress
Yeah.
we need to make, so.
Yeah, I do feel good about the progress. When I was making, I did type up a memo with and I'll send it to Scott. He can distribute it. But I did it tonight. That's why you guys didn't get it today. But when I looked at what we had done in the short amount of time that we have been working on it, it feels good to make that list. So the only other two things that, if you guys don't have any more questions for me, the only other two things that I wanted to bring up was your delinquents are pretty high. I think you guys know that. So I don't know if there's a focus that is on that you want me to bring. I don't know. I just ran the report and I finally reconciled it and I was like, I should bring that up.
We talked about that for
Yeah,
September.
I was just gonna
Okay.
say, we're aware of that, we're on it, and I think Scott's working, but I think
Okay.
when we get things straightened out, then we'll know which
Okay, here's the
avenue
list.
we're gonna take.
So we're gonna take that and we're working on that with both boards. for
Okay, good.
September meeting, and then I think we'll end up doing a tax sale shortly
Okay.
thereafter.
And then the other thing was, and it just came up when you were talking about your road flooding stuff.
Yes.
And I'm bringing it up here just so I can make sure I remember, but just really, while I'm not around, make sure they're coding things that's exactly what it's for, even their hours.
Mm-hmm.
So we just want to make sure we don't miss out on some money
We'll have
if,
to create some new codes, I
Yeah.
think, for this event, so we can make sure we track it all, because we have lots of overtime expenses, contractor expenses.
yeah.
Material expenses, so it's gonna jump pretty quickly.
Yeah, and you guys will be seeing a new fund that I'm going to create for the ARPA money that's coming in. We'll just create a new fund for the town, a new one for the village. They're getting two separate.
Yes.
Yeah. And so so when it comes in, you guys will be hearing that it's coming in. I'm sure the news is going to tell everybody when it's starting to hit people's bank accounts. You're not going to see it in your general fund as revenue. I'm keeping it separate from that until you figure out what you want to do with it.
Is that gonna work the same with the shuttered venue grant too, that, I think there was a report we dug out, and we're supposed to get 145,000 or something.
I would like to do it that way, yeah. I'd like to
It
do
would
it
make
with
sense
any
to
money
me.
you
I
get
don't know
that's
how you
not,
think,
yeah.
Rick. You're still more down to that.
And
than
when I
am.
say fund, I don't mean checking account. I mean,
Yeah, no,
okay.
yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah,
I
that makes
just-
sense.
Gary has the details about the VOG grant.
Yeah, yep. Okay.
I just had one question. I mean,
Yeah, no, I was just
I know
gonna-
you
go ahead.
haven't gone into the grants and all that, but we are not in the situation we were several years ago with problems with USDA funding and reporting. We're okay in that
Are you
front.
asking me?
Yeah. Or do you haven't dug into that level yet?
Oh, you just shouted
This
it right
was,
down.
this was several years ago.
Yeah, I
and it
remember
took a
that 'cause I
while
was there,
To
yeah,
clear that up, right?
yeah.
So I just,
Um,
I'm just want to,
I can't answer
You don't
that
know yet.
question. I mean, I know they've been paid.
Yeah, okay.
The bills have been paid.
All
I
right,
mean,
well,
there
good.
are some bonds, maybe that was the bond bank that we didn't pay.
there was some, yeah.
We had
This
the
year-
moratorium from COVID
Right,
from 20.
but the USDA bonds, those have been, I don't know. I can't,
Okay.
I'm not gonna answer that question. I guess they'd have to answer that question. I think we're okay.
Okay, all right. Well, I just want to.
Yeah, I
You're
don't.
aware that there have been problems in the past, so you.
Yes,
you
I
know
was
what to look
actually here
for.
during that
Yeah, okay,
time,
good.
and I worked with them a little bit on it, trying to straighten it out. So, like I
Then-
said, we've made some good progress.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments? So if not, we'll move on.
Just thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Cynthia.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah.
We try not to stretch out too much.
If I'd come in 3 weeks ago, I probably would have a different attitude, but I'm better now. Aren't I?
And attitudes change with the weather.
Yes, if you were good then, you're better now.
I don't know if I was good then, but yeah, it was a little.
Okay, moving on. Item
All
number
right.
8
Good
will
night.
be to adopt the 8/4/21 errors, omissions, and additions report. Camilla was on, oh, there she is. She just moved over to the other side. And Paul Noble is sitting in-house, so I don't know who wants to take up the thing, but I'll let you figure it out between yourselves. So, Paul's got a list. Everybody has a list in their packet.
I'm the one who prepared the list, so I guess maybe I should speak to it. This is annually, we have the opportunity after the grand list is lodged, if there are errors or omissions, and they should be quite obvious. If they come to our attention, then we have this opportunity to correct those kinds of things. And every year there seems to be a few, in particular when tax bills go out, the people who receive the tax bills are often the ones who say, something's not right about this, and they contact us and we look into it, and where we find a correction is needed, then we do exactly this procedure. It has to be authorized by the Rockingham Select Board in order for the grand list to actually be changed and revised bills to be issued. So you have the form there. We try to do it before the first payment is due, and then when there may be more that come forward for the next quarterly payment in November. So you may hear from us again this year, but usually the first errors and omissions has the most because of those tax bills going out. So you have 7 corrections listed on this form for your consideration, and as a total, they will reduce the grand list by $10,766.10. Are there any questions about that or any of these specifically?
I have none. Does the rest, anybody from the board? Paul, you have a comment? I just said I don't have any comments, so.
No, I think Camilla explained it clearly. This is primarily a vehicle that we have to use to correct errors. And an example of an error is just take the first one. Really, a taxpayer has to tell us that something has happened, particularly when they remove something, and if we don't see it. We actually look at every road in the town at least once a month. But that doesn't mean we don't miss somebody pulling something out of the back country. And when they announce it, it's gone, it's been gone for 6 months, then we have to correct the tax bill. This is the only vehicle we can use once we have filed the grand list with the state. We can't just casually make a comment. It's an administrative function. It happens just before every quarterly payment. That's all there is to it. I thank Camilla. Camilla was assigned this glorious task, and she's particularly involved later. You'll see land use. If you buy a house or building and land which is in land use and you sell it to somebody else, they have to refile that to claim it. And if they don't, all of a sudden there's a tenfold increase in their tax bill for a portion of that land. Those people quite quickly call us. So that's it, Camille. I don't know. You're the expert on this one.
Oh, I think we have it all laid out for you here, and it just is waiting for your approval. Then tomorrow, revised bills will be issued.
Okay. All right. The only thing we're going to deal with tonight is the town portion. The village has to take care of their portion, I take it. Is that correct?
Yep.
Well, that is not how we've done it.
Makes a difference to me, you know.
The village does not have a board of listers.
Okay.
or any of that. They basically utilize the Rockingham Grand List.
Okay.
So it
fine.
has typically been a Rockingham Select Board authorization.
That's fine. So that being said, I would take a motion to adopt the errors, omissions, and additions in the grand list report. Can I get a motion?
I move that we accept the errors and omissions to the 2021, 2022 grand list.
Second?
I'll second that.
Any further questions anyone has for Camilla or Paul? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor would say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. And it's, you need to sign? It's being signed, and I've got a bunch of other paperwork to give to Scott, so he'll get it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, next item is consideration of purchase and development of solar speed signs. Scott's not right here. But there is in
Yeah,
your
please.
packet
Thanks.
a ton of information in regards to the speed signs. There's the Eland City one. There's another one there that's in there that's on a trailerized vehicle, but I didn't see where there's anything about a cost on that one. I
I
don't
didn't
know.
see that either.
I didn't see anything on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think one that's on a trailer would be the most wise choice to make. I mean, unless you can easily move them if they're on a post, but I don't know if you can.
They can.
You can, even posted, you can easily
Yep.
move them?
Yep.
Because I think it would be good to have them in other I mean, the complaint, reason for this, that brought this up came from Lower Bartonsville Road. But there's complaints on every single road in town. And so if we're going to make the investment, because they're quite expensive, they should be movable. So that we can rotate and then come up, I think, in the next budget cycle with some funding for enforcement, whether it's contracting out occasionally to Wyndham County or what. But I mean, once we get that information about where the problem areas are, we need to follow up with enforcement.
Yeah, I agree with you, Sue, on both points.
Oh, you took it? Okay, I got it. I got a bunch of other ones there. That's right. Well, as I mentioned once before, at the other night, historical meeting house there, the solar ones that they, similar to the ones they have in Saxon River, can be moved. As I understand it, very simple. It's not that difficult to move them. The trailerized ones, I know that when the sheriff's department used to bring it out, if they parked it in front of your house, they left it up to somebody, either the owner, to move it out of the way and put it back out, and it got to be a hassle, and that's why you don't see it out so much as often as that. But the other ones, it just involves the Eland City ones that you can just put the post in, and then you can move it from post to post, and it's all solar, so you don't have to worry about electricity. And you can get a computer program to get all the speed information on there. I was surprised to see some in Saxon River, it was 70 miles an hour
Oh, my
coming into
God.
the village in 65. It was totally off. But seeing on my back deck, it's not surprising because they just opened it up. You can hear them. It's waiting for the crash just one of these days, that's all. But I don't have to see it, so. So, but I don't know how the board wants to go with this.
So what are you saying, Peter? You're saying that the ones that Sue recommended aren't the best, that it's better to have the,
I'm not saying they're not the best. It's up to the board to make that decision for themselves. I'm just, my opinion would be for the Land City ones, because I think you can move them, because it's a little box.
so you would put your posts in several places
Yeah.
and move this thing from post to post from
Right, we
Saxon's
need it.
River to,
You know, and the village areas like Bartonsville and Saxon River and even Bellas Falls are the main areas where you really actually need them. I mean, enforcement on 121, I know when Ron Lake was the police chief, he used to do it, try and go, coming to work and going home at night. to catch people. But
Mhm.
even then, it wasn't effective. So,
Yeah, I mean, I think the key roads are where people are, kids are on their bicycles, people are walking, there's joggers, I witness it every day on my street, people just flying right by. And
Oh, I know.
we're waiting for an accident to happen, and that's happening on roads all over the place. So there are some rural roads that it's a problem because people are utilizing these roads.
so. Yes, sir. State your name, please.
Daniel Hovis. I work at the Bellows Falls Community Bike Project.
I
So
thought I recognized you.
see,
Mhm.
hi everyone.
Hi.
I do see a lot of speeding traffic. Often it seems as if people are speeding up to drive by Henry Street and Atkinson Street. So my question, I guess, is with these movable units, if you have enough spread around town, you're actually gathering data points to see where the problem areas are. Would that be something that can then be utilized to implement other traffic restrictions or better monitoring or something like that? Versus if you had one expensive kind of on a vehicle towed around, is that as effective at getting the data that you might need? So it's sort of an open-ended question.
Yeah, I think in the Village of Bellows Falls, they have an ordinance that controls the speed limits and things. So I think in some way or another, they're gonna have to weigh, put their 2 cents in on that too. Because we can't say that we're gonna do the speed limits, because it's in the village. Saxon River doesn't have an ordinance, so consequently it falls under the town of Rockingham. Same with Barnesville, they don't have any ordinance out there in the village of Barnesville. It falls under the whole thing, but, so, it becomes a problem of enforcement. I know the sheriff's department, does Saxon River, but on a limited basis. They allow so much money, I think it's like $5,000 they pay, and what they get, they get. That's it. State police will not enforce probably that. I mean, if there's a homicide or some major crime, they probably weigh in on it, but as far as speeding and things, you won't get them. They won't bother. In fact, there was an article in Reformer today about the chase they had out there, and they caught the guy out on Davidson Hill Road. The guy was intoxicated. And they called the state police, and the police said, we're not coming.
Yeah.
So, BF ended up chasing them, and now they're in a quandary, so that's. But anyway.
Yeah, I know for
so-
instance, the speeding that happens on Cambridgeport Road and Lower Bartonsville Road, they are people commuting from
Oh, yeah.
from Saxons River to wherever they're going, probably the easiest access to 91 is my
91.
guess. If they get enough speeding tickets, they will remember to slow down, just like you remember to slow down every time you enter the town of Chester, because you know you're going to get stopped in the
Exactly.
town of Chester.
Because they enforce.
Because they enforce. So I think that's why we'd have to follow up, get the data, then follow up when we, perhaps, when we have our budget discussion, of putting some funding in. I mean, at one point, the town of Bells Falls was never interested in this, but when they were looking for funding, it's like, could you hire out some of if they had a full staff,
Yeah,
could you contract out, the town of, or the Village of Bellows Falls police to do that? Or do you go to Wyndham? I mean, that would have to be answered, but we'd have to follow it up eventually with enforcement. And I think if you do enough of it, you get a couple of those speeding tickets. If you're commuting to work every day and you get stopped, and it's 100, some of these people are literally going over 50 miles an hour in a 25. And that you get enough of those tickets, you are going to slow down and wait till you get to 103 to
Accelerate.
make up your time you lost driving through Barnesville or Cambridgeport Road.
Exactly.
Any other comments?
I wonder what Scott's recommendation would be versus for the fixed post. I mean, the mounts that we can move it from versus the trailerized.
Anything we do should be mobile. I don't mind the Elon City. We can make them mobile enough, I think, to make it reasonable to move them around. The other ones are just to give you a sense of what's out there, and you can trailer them, you can move them, but they are a little more cumbersome. I think Elon City, and you saw the reports that they can run. They're pretty comprehensive, and I think it ties into probably the next phase of the conversation is if you're going to gather all the data and you see areas that you can target enforcement, it only makes sense then to have targeted enforcement. Otherwise, we're gonna have reams and reams of data, which is going to be probably frustrating to people if we're not following it up. So
Yep.
I think that's probably a decision, like Sue said, that would come through a budget discussion. I think it makes some sense.
Nope.
This one here that you sent out was the
Mhm.
field one. I didn't happen to see what that one was what the cost on that was.
Well, the base model, Peter, is about 3,800 to 4,000 for that one. You can add all sorts of additional bells and whistles and drive it up to like 6 or 7 grand if you wanted to. But yeah,
And the Eland City ones are cheaper than that.
I think it was like 24.
Yeah, they're like $3,200 there. What this
something.
thing
Mhm.
costs.
Yeah, it was, yeah, the base model plus, again, you can
Right.
enhance all
Yeah.
sorts of different enhancements with them as well.
So,
So when I was on the Westminster Select Board years ago, the revenue used to come in pretty substantially from the speeders who were caught. Does that still happen?
State gets most of that money.
Yeah.
We get a small portion.
you get a small portion.
Oh,
I think
The state of Vermont thanks you for your
10 or
enforcement.
15% if
and
you're
they-
lucky.
Really? Oh, because
Yeah.
okay, maybe it was
Because I
just
know that
1 year.
was an issue at Saxon
They
River
collect
at
the
one
vast
point when I
majority
was
of
out there
fines.
to one of the meetings. They were
Right.
contemplating an ordinance at that point, and then after it was explained to them what they had to go through to get the ordinance, I guess they kind of put that on the back shelf, didn't go forward with it. But
Okay.
it's a matter of enforcement, and because they wanted to cut the tickets, and
Right.
the sheriff was sitting right there, and he says, "You're gonna be
Sorry.
lucky if you get
Yeah,
$5
Yep.
for each speeding ticket, and is it worth it?"
Yes,
And
yeah.
so it just kind of died on the vine, and that's where. And then they went to the speed signs, and
Really, because the back Westminster Road turned out to be very profitable.
oh yeah,
I can
yeah,
imagine.
I know. I travel that myself, and I've seen them sitting there.
Yep.
So,
Okay.
but they seem to hide in the same place, so you kind of know where they are.
Right.
The power station. That they did give
Exactly.
away.
Every time.
Come on now,
So-
Peter.
so-
Once you get past there, take off.
This is a public meeting.
Pedal to the metal after that.
Everybody in Westminster now.
Exactly.
Okay, the Saxons Rivers, we have a letter from. Sorry, I can't shut this damn thing off.
It's probably-
There. Okay, so the oh gosh, the Village of Saxons River has written to us, and I did not respond because I knew that I couldn't respond as one select person. We had to respond as a group, but they have made a specific request for, I guess, the south approach from Westminster West Road. Is that what this request
Yeah,
from
they wanted
Amy?
to go from the bridge, Centennial Bridge, they call it. Everybody refers to it as the Tenny Bridge, out to the trailer park in Westminster West.
Mhm.
On towards the Westminster West. It's right
Yeah.
there, where's the town line?
So do we? They felt that it was that if we're going to do it for one village, we should do it, or one part of town, we should do it for the other. This movable thing kind of solves that problem, doesn't it? We could mount them. We could put mounts in different places, and would the highway department move it around? Is that how it would work?
The way I envision it to work is just like you had people the other night that came and had a concern, and we would then respond to the areas that people come and ask us to
Mm-hmm.
look at. And then once we gather data, that's, we'd move those around. So this would be another area that we would potentially, monitor and come up with data and hopefully at some point then tie it back into additional enforcement. Try to modify behavior. I think at the end of the day, we're all hoping all we see is better compliance with speed. I think that's all we really want. So it's just one way to get there.
So who will, Scott? You will respond to Amy once we make a decision.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring it to the board
Yep.
just to have a conversation to see what your input was, if there was any, strong feelings either way. We could certainly handle this with a, sort of a rotating program. So,
Be interesting to go back. I know Saxon River wants 2 more of them, which would give them 4. But if these things are movable, as they say, why would we want to spend the extra money and buy 2 more for there when you can put 2 posts up and just move the ones from side to side?
That's my thought.
Yeah, I
would
definitely think
that-
a rotating program is a good way to start,
and then go from there. So
Yeah, I mean, if Saxons River wants permanent ones, that's a whole nother discussion.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
I think
right.
what we're talking about is movable,
right,
trying to control in the various areas of town. Because we all get complaints from people
And it
constantly,
changes,
so,
right? I mean,
yeah.
traffic patterns change, people move in, move out. You get a change in the mix of where people go. So it does change over time. It doesn't stay static.
that speeder changes their job and they no longer take that shortcut.
Right.
Sometimes.
So what's the board's pleasure here?
Well, the question is, we have funding in some pocket? I mean,
We would basically take it out of our equipment funds in our highway budget.
okay.
And again, this is not a huge hit, right? I think it's what, for two of them, we're looking at less than $6,000 probably when it's all said and done. So, and then, we'll inform people of what we have and we'll start the rotating program and see how we do.
Will we pour the post? Will our highway department pour the post, the mounts for these things?
We'll have to come up with a way to make them more portable because you don't want them on a poured post because then the post is sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
That's not always a great thing either, unless we just leave a sign behind afterwards that say slow down or speed limit or something once we're done.
Yeah, if you're
With
adding,
enforcement,
yeah.
we could always do that.
Okay.
But then sometimes people get a little annoyed with too many signs. So sort of it's a catch-22 at times. But yeah, we'll work on that.
Yeah, there must be a way you just make the post just slip in and out of
There's ways to do
yeah.
channelized posts that's easy to move in and out.
Okay.
Yeah. Poured in place is a little tough once the concrete's set.
That's right.
We're not moving that.
Hard to move it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
unless we have more rain.
The snowplow hits it.
Yeah.
Or the
Right.
snowplow.
Yeah, well, we've seen that. So, so the end all is going to be that we want to see how we get it back to the public and then make a final decision at the next meeting in September, whether to purchase them and install them. Is that the deal? Is that what we're talking?
I think we authorize.
I think we're ready now.
Authorize the manager to purchase.
You're going to start the motion. Keep going, girl. Don't stutter.
Well, no, I mean, I was just
You're having a
following in
discussion.
that. I move that we authorize the manager to, are we set on the Elan one or just to purchase two, solar radar speed control signs, to initiate a, what do we call it? Rotation speed control program in the town of Rockingham.
I'll second that.
I'll
That's
second.
beautiful. Beautifully stated.
She finally got it out. But
Hey, well,
do we hear a
Second.
second?
I second.
Rick seconded.
I second.
Now
We
we'll
all
go for
seconded.
discussion. Any further discussion?
I think it sounds like a great plan.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, all those in favor of the motion would say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. You got your traveling orders, Scott.
Yep.
Okay, next item is consideration of fee changes for Rockingham Recycling Center, effective 9/1/21. In your packet, there was a listing of what we're going to do. I did find a couple mistakes in it. If you looked at the bagged household trash, it says one ticket for $2. It said one ticket for $4.
Yeah.
And one ticket for $6. Well, that's not how it works. It's
Oh, yeah.
it's two tickets are $4 and
That's the
three
1, 2,
tickets
3,
is
right.
$6. So you gotta have to make up a $6 thing. You gotta have three tickets. You have to have two tickets for $4. Just so everybody knows. We kept it on even numbers so it's easier for those people down there at the recycling to calculate how much they got. The only thing we need to do is figure out some system of tracking the guy that drives up and throws 3 bags in and doesn't have tickets, which we encourage people to use because then you can match the tickets with the bag you're throwing in. But then they may go over and tell Bob, we only got one bag and they threw 3 in. So we've got to devise some system which is sort of cumbersome. May involve a matter of just having a slip up there and take the guy that's gonna go pay cash for his ticket. You give him a slip that says 3 bags, and Bob knows that came from the attendant at the dumpster. I don't know how Scott wants to feel with that or how Larry. I haven't talked to him about that. So, and the other prices are here. We are going to go at $20 for the refrigerators, freezers, and dehumidifiers because the cost of the Freon CFC has gone up. Washer, dryer, dishwasher, stove, water heater. It says 10, but Larry and I discussed $12 on those. Brown goods, that's the box spring mattresses, sleeper sofas, couches, recliners, bolster chair, carpet, rug. They would all be weighed. And we were considering raising the price per pound to 20 cents, it's 15 now. On the back side, there's a few more items: toilets, porcelain tub, porcelain sink, shower, radio, a boom box, and the VCR. We don't charge for those because they're electronics and the state takes care of recycling those. The vacuum cleaners are $5 a piece, whether they work or don't. Gary Garosha once told me when I started working down there, my first 2.5 years, they're like rabbits, they breed. You get one, and by the end of the day, you got 5, you got 15 or 20, and none of them work. And they all end up in the building, and then at the end of the week, they all go in the trash, and they're not paid for except for the town taxpayer that pays out of the pocket. Because we end up throwing them away.
What do you do with all this big stuff like refrigerators and
Well,
freezers?
the refrigerators and freezers, they will not take them until the refrigerant's removed out of it. So sometimes you'll see, you go down there, you'll see, 5 or 10, 15 of them stacked there. They're marked to be just, the guy comes maybe once every 2 weeks, maybe once a month. He drills his holes and sucks his stuff out, and then they put the big orange mark on them. They throw them in the metal bin. So we do get some money back for the metal.
Oh, okay.
Very little bit, but it depends on the price of our, copper's expensive. We get good money for copper, but you don't throw copper in the thing. Usually we try and scrounge that, put it in the building, because otherwise somebody else's liable to clip it before it gets back to where it goes. We put an end to that because we don't let people climb up on the dumpsters now and scavenge through the dumpsters for safety reasons, number one, and for the fact that our price on the metal that we get back now has gone up some because we've stopped people from going in there and taking it out of the dumpster. The one good part is people don't realize these box springs, mattresses, and couches you see on the side of the road that say free, and they sit there, and then this rain gets on them. Well, guess how much that adds to the weight of that thing? People don't think, but anyway, that's their thing. The other thing with the bags, the trash, if people show up with, and I've seen it before, they'll have 10 or 15 bags on their thing. We now put them across the scale. If you have more than 5 bags, they'll ask you to run across the scale, so you have to pay. But because we found people throwing construction debris and everything in those kitchen rubbish bags, and that's not supposed to be going in there. So Scott's idea of running across the scale was a good idea. I'll give him that. And propane tanks
Yeah, that was
now,
my question.
another thing that came up, Larry told me the other day, is we don't accept them anymore. We used to get those little one pounders that you get to the hardware store to do miscellaneous
Plumbers thing, yeah.
And the gas propane for your grills, they're now requiring us to come in half. And if you bring one in that's got any gas residue on it, somebody tries cutting it, boom. They used to have us take a valve off, and that would solve the problem, but not anymore. They want them cut in half. And I think I saw on this thing, I think there's only Hartford, Vermont is the only place now takes those, which is a pain in the neck. But it's like the hazardous material. They don't do it down here anymore. They go in Springfield like every quarter, I think. And that's because we never got that many people bringing hazardous stuff down there. So it didn't warrant the collectors to come down here and set up a shop here for one day and when they can do it in Springfield. So unfortunately, that's where that goes.
But people will be able to hold them until that household hazardous and return them. Okay, just so people know that that's the option. The other question I had was, I guess dehumidifiers, that's air conditioners too?
Yep.
Okay. And then we're
add that.
comparable to area places at this point.
We're cheaper.
We're cheaper
That's-
still.
Right,
Okay.
still.
I can tell you right now that, where's my list here? Let me tell you what. These are the list of the towns that show up down there. Westminster West shows up. Putney used to have a thing, they closed, so now they come here. We get them from Athens, they have roadside recycling. Westminster has roadside pickup, they have it, pay for it in their taxes. You'd be surprised how many people, when they tell them, don't you know you have that in your taxes? We do. They don't even know they pay for their own trash in their taxes, and they still come down to our place. And they're getting $2.50 because they had come in with their stickers and tried and use them at our place, and we don't honor the Westminster stickers. Sorry. Grafton shows up, Chester, Springfield, Walpole, North Walpole, Charlestown. Believe it or not, Hinsdale, New Hampshire has been in there
Wow.
in our own. So
Okay.
So
we
that,
get them from everywhere because we're the cheapest place around. So
All right. Well, no, I
Uh,
mean, that's fine in some ways. I mean, because I don't want to start seeing all this stuff because our prices went up on the side of the road. So I want to make sure it's still fairly reasonable for people
oh yeah,
who
no.
are going to.
Springfield
pretty
now
cheap to
is
me,
Springfield.
really.
Yeah, but
Really
The other
cheap.
thing that's interesting is the recalcitrant people that we get down there when they have to have an access sticker. You would be surprised. They give you so much static because they don't say, well, it's in Westminster, we don't have to pay. I said, yes, you do. That sticker is required to get access to the facility. The only one that we don't require is if they're just coming in to drop off the electronics, because that's state run. We don't require them if that's all they're dropping off. But people show up down there to get rid of their yard debris, brush, everything. It costs us $8,000 to crush that stuff up. We don't even get paid for it. We were just at one point contemplating bagging it or selling it for so much a bag. So people come in, bring a plastic bag in, you can fill it up, take it home for mulch and stuff. They used to do it, now that's quit. And that's why, and the town used to go down and do it, but it got too dangerous because they were using a regular chipper, throwing stuff in, and all you need is make one wrong move and you're in the chipper with the stuff. So now they used to hire Bucky Adams come down. He has one of these big, huge machines he sets up down there and they grind it up for us. But there again, we pay and we don't charge for it. Same with food scraps. We don't charge. We got to figure out something to do with food scraps. When we were doing the separation of the bottles and cans down there, that was covering part of the cost on it. We'd probably get about half of that back. I say Scott's got, I think it was $6,000, I think, on the figures that we caught, charges for food scrap right now. We're trying to find a place. We had a place lined up where a guy was going to take it free, but the guy has to come back and Larry hasn't caught up with him yet. So we can go that, then we can eliminate $6,000 off the top. But right now we're running at a deficit of $101,000 down in that place right now.
Wow.
You can add it up, add the figures, $101,000.
Wow.
So
so Peter, the resident versus non-resident question, can you help me understand? So we, Rockingham taxpayers, get a sticker for free.
right, because they pay for it in the tax.
Two, one for two. And,
You get two free, and the third one you have to pay $10 for.
okay. So when someone from Walpole or Hinsdale comes over here, they pay $35.
$35, or they don't dump.
Now, is there any, I mean, given the deficit, I wonder if it makes sense to increase the amount charged to non-residents for the sticker.
We debated that. Charlestown now charges $50 for theirs.
For non-residents.
Springfield charges residents and non-residents for access sticker. I don't know what they get, but
It's
I know
25,
they.
I think.
How much?
25.
$25.
Yeah.
So we're a little higher than some. Charlestown, Walpole doesn't charge anybody. But their prices for trash and stuff is higher. That's why people show up over here. $1.25 when we were getting rid of it before. Like I say, Westminster was $2.50.
Yep.
So, hey, half the price and get rid of twice as much stuff for the same amount of money.
Yeah, I
So,
I see lots of New Hampshire plates coming in. I'm just wondering
well,
how that
there's
works.
a lot of them. And the other thing you combat is the New York or New Mexico or Colorado plates. Usually those are, boom, the antennas go right up when you see those.
Right. Some of them are second
You don't have a
homeowners, but
sticker.
right.
Well, I own such and such, so can you show me something that you actually get a resident or you're from this area? I mean,
Right.
and most people cooperate, but a lot of people are very,
Angry.
oh yeah, it gets nasty some days.
So, is there any consensus on whether we might increase the non-resident? Would that be complicated logistically?
Well, I think if you do that, then as Sue just said, I think you're gonna find stuff sit inside the road and thrown over a bank someplace. I think that's what you're gonna find out.
Right, but if they don't, well, let's see, if they live in New Hampshire, would they chuck it over here? Would they drive over here to chuck it, or they chuck
Well,
it
you would be surprised. I
just
can take you a couple places you would never think
where people would be
would,
throwing
they
stuff?
would dump it, and it's out in the middle of the woods.
Oh, I've
And
seen
it's just
dumps.
like
Yeah,
a total dump. The owner I did some work for showed me, walked me over the thing, said, look at the stuff over there across a ravine. And the ravine was half full of washers, dryers, you name it. You could have, everything was over the bank. How they ever got there, I don't know.
Yep.
I don't know how they got on there.
I don't know if we can stop the slobs with a $5 more fee or not.
I
It's
mean,
less.
back 2 years ago when I first started, on it, people were asking us how come we're not charging $5 a bag down there.
Hmm.
That was several years ago,
Yeah.
3 years ago.
Hmm.
And we're just getting around to talking about raising our prices.
Yep.
I don't think it's gonna stop anybody from coming in there, what we're charging.
But is it a fairness question for Rockingham taxpayers who are subsidizing this operation
Oh, yeah.
to the degree we are, and other people who don't live in town, don't pay taxes, are getting quite a benefit?
Definitely. Well, as they say, the towns that have roadside pickup, basically, they just pick up recyclables, bottles, cans, and the trash. Any heavy items, forget it.
Stays there.
You've got to go someplace with it.
Yep.
So usually what happens if they got to bring their air conditioner or something in here to get rid of it, they bring their trash with them. Now we collect for both ends. I mean, they're from out of town, they get a sticker, they have to have a sticker. They have to pay for their trash and they have to pay for disposal of their stuff.
All right.
So.
Okay, so
It works out. And just imagine that when time came, we really had to increase the prices, unfortunately. Mr. Hovis, I don't want to leave you out of this conversation. I know you've got a proposal
Thank you
going,
so
but
much. Well, no, I apologize because I'm not sure if the proposal is appropriate to bring up at this point. in time.
it is at this point.
But I had a few thoughts before we get to that, and so I'm just wondering if you've considered other programs like composting. So you have a lot of food waste, and you have a lot of woody, leafy waste, and I'm wondering if there's some thought to.
We have thought about that, but we need some sort of a mixing agent or mixer that mix the stuff up. You can't just throw the stuff
It
on
would be a
top of
whole-
it because
Yeah,
right now you've
digester
got
is what you
animals
need,
get
and
into
it's
it
got-
and
you
everything
gotta
else.
run it.
And we've got that place cleaned up. It used to look like a junkyard down there with all kinds of tractors and lawnmowers and everything else scattered all over that lot with weeds growing through it. It looked like typical Vermont, out in the sticks. But we finally got that place cleaned up.
It looks great.
Oh, yes,
my
definitely
only-
does.
My only thought about composting was that you would.
And
then
we
have a
also, of
product
course,
that-
now they've got this dryer system at the sewer plant down here. We thought maybe we might be able to mix something with that, but the food scraps now is under contract.
Oh, good, okay,
So we'd have to break the contract. We don't know if we can do that. And
right. Well,
before we signed on a dotted line for the contract for the following year, that's why we talked about getting a farmer to take it, because they had a pig farmer. That's where they used to take it several years ago. That's why we never charged for it. It went to Greenfield, Mass, I think it was. Some farmer down there would come and take it, and we didn't have to charge.
my other question
Mhm.
was, if you're giving out 2 stickers per household, is that?
That's correct.
Because people have 2 cars?
Some of them have 4.
So, right.
Believe it, I don't know how they can do
Would
4
you
drive.
maybe be able to increase revenue by only allocating 1 sticker per household and
I-
maybe charging $10 for another one?
Well, then the problem comes if their vehicle is in the shop, they can't have any other way of getting it. So if they have another vehicle they can use, that's why we give them 2 for, free ones, but the third one, if you want a third or anything after 2, you pay $10 a whack, and that's a resident.
Yep.
The same if it's a non-resident, they pay $35 for, they got 1 car, 2 cars, 3 cars, it's $35 per. There's no,
My last thought was, I utilize the metal bin. We bring recycled bicycles in that are
Mhm.
just not usable. And I read somewhere, and maybe I'm mistaken, that you don't need a sticker to go and use the metal bin to drop off.
you need a sticker to throw anything in that place. You make sure you
Right.
come through that gate, you better have a
I'm
sticker.
not
on
Except
it.
for
sure where I read
electronics,
that.
that's the only thing.
Electronics is the only place, that's the
Right.
only one that we allow in to get disposable,
I'm just
because
saying.
it's a state program. We
Right.
can't keep them out because the state says they have to come in there.
Right, I'm just saying, I read it somewhere, and so maybe we need
Nope.
to figure out.
See,
Update that.
therein lied the problem with the swap shed. People would come in, and the problems we had with the swap shed, and I know that's on your proposal, but I'll tell you, having worked down there for 2.5 years straight and worked in that building for 2 years, it's a circus. Number one is we always had a traffic problem because people would they would always park in the traffic flow. And believe how many fender benders we'd have down there. Then they got around to parking on the side of the building. Well, then you come back, you get done dubbing around, you come back out, you don't look where you're going, you back up, bam, you got another one. So that was one of the reasons, that was one blessing we got out of closing the swap shop. The only negative part was that was a library, the books. People still look for the books. The problem with the books is hardcover books, dictionaries, encyclopedias. We had a sign down there, the two 11 by 17 sign of what we do not take. And they would still bring that stuff in there because nobody would stop them. And if you stopped them and asked them what, we had people bring electric vacuum cleaners with the cord cut off. And you ask them, how does that work? Is it run by batteries? No, it's electric. I said, well, where's the cord? Oh, I cut it off. Well, and they wanted to put it in the machine, in the swap shop, instead of paying the $3 we were charging to throw it away. So all that stuff goes in there, and then they attend it at the end of the week. A guy would spend all morning down there with a cart, lugging crap out that would never move out of that thing and throw it away at the expense of Rockingham taxpayer.
I fully agree that there were a number of problems with the.
Definitely
previous
is.
setup. Yeah, and that my proposal here, I could read it to you, but I've just submitted it to everyone.
Yep.
It includes a paid position for someone to really oversee all of these issues and to come up with solutions for a number of them. I agree that there were definitely problems, but I also, everyone I talked to feels like it was a great loss to close it. And I realize that you closed it in part because of COVID and in part because of issues that you've brought up.
Well,
I'm just
mostly
wondering-
COVID.
What?
It was mostly COVID
Yeah,
that closed.
and there's no doubt issues with this kind of thing. But, as we move forward, I think it would be great as a resource to find a way to make it work for the community, because potentially, even though you might be paying someone, it might pay for itself in some form or other.
Let me quote you some figures. As I mentioned, we lost $101,691 this year.
I hear
All
you.
right?
Yeah.
Now, when we were doing the volunteer system, we had 3 people that were paid and had volunteers down there.
As
Our
a whole
payroll was
organization.
$17,000. You know what it is today? $80,000. Because we now have 8 people working down there.
Yep.
Now you're proposing to hire 2 more?
Well, it's just a proposal to have a discussion about it.
But the problem is, it falls on the Rockingham taxpayer, and nobody else pays. And most of the stuff, we had the libraries, Westminster West came in there one day with 2 pickup loads full of library books they were dumping. We stopped them. They had to take it someplace else. We are not taking that stuff.
Yeah, I hear you, but I think
And this is
that
what you
there-
run into.
I
And you've
think-
got to be a real pain in the, there's other words I could use, but I won't.
I hear-
To stop that stuff, because otherwise, we throw it away and the taxpayer pays for it.
Right, and I think that having a dedicated person manning this particular facet of the facility might address some of those issues. So if there was a gatekeeper that really was on top of it, and if there was signage that was really clear and very, like where you park and how it works, and maybe it's only open 1 day a week like it is in Brattleboro. Most of the other towns have some kind of swap shop facility that's ongoing. And some of them are run by volunteers. I could suggest other models where income could be generated from this. I know when I talk to people, some people would be happy to pay for items that they pick up. I know there was at some point some person that was part of the facility that was even charging for items. And, that's quasi-legal. I'm not suggesting we go back to that situation. But items of value that are set aside or repaired definitely could be a revenue stream. And if you're talking about trying to find ways to increase the revenue stream from this, that might be something to consider. I hear how serious you are about not wanting that situation to devolve into a mess. And that's not my goal either.
I realize that, but my concern is I'm looking at the taxes and the expense of running that operation down there. I mean, it's getting starting to get out of hand. We're almost up at the Walpole. Walpole right now is running a $300,000 operation, and they're only taking in half of that, not even half of that for revenue. And they compost, they do cardboard, sell it, but the problem with that is you have to store it someplace.
Right.
We considered that. We were talking about getting a compactor to crush that stuff up, but there's also safety reasons. When those bands snap, you could get seriously hurt or decapitated when those bands snaps on those things. Weathersfield had one. They closed. They sent it away. They stopped. But Walpole now has trailer trucks. They, I guess, GMH or Gorham over in North Walpole lends or leases them trailers, and they store it there until the price gets up when they can afford to sell it. We don't have that luxury here. We don't have room. Have you been to Walpole?
No, not
I have.
It's 3 times the size of ours. So they got room to spread out stuff. We don't have any room down there.
Well, I humbly submit the proposal, and I hope that
I appreciate it, and I myself miss the books. I don't miss the fact that people come in with needles, medical stuff.
No, it was a mess.
Baby seats that are out of code, because once they're out of code, it becomes a liability to whoever's recycling them.
Helmets too. We get the same thing. People
So-
drop off stuff at the bike project
So,
and
there
you
you
can't
go.
use it. I totally understand.
So, but you have to be hard, and it has to be turned away at the thing. I mean, that's what I did. They didn't like me very well. I got nasty names tacked on me, but that's okay. I'm used to it. Runs off my back like water. So.
Well, I won't read you the proposal in that case, but you all have it.
No,
and
we
I-
have it.
Well, I'd like to comment if I may.
Go ahead, Rick.
This has been one of my pet projects in the past 3 months. I spoke with Linda Bushway, who was one of the star volunteers there, and for me, the waste stream, all the stuff that used to have a second life, is just thrown away. All the energy that it took to make that stuff. So environmentally, I think what Daniel's proposing is really makes total sense if we care about sustainability. And the labor costs have increased dramatically because we open another day. Is that what happened, Peter?
That's part of it. Plus
Yep,
we've got
more people.
because you do not get volunteers. You cannot get volunteers to show up on a constant basis. The only person that showed up constantly was Donnie Sly, and he's 80 some odd years old.
Mhm.
We finally had to get rid of him. I mean,
Yeah.
he became such a pain in the neck, and he was taking half the stuff that was brought in there. So,
I know,
I mean, there's nothing wrong with Donnie. I mean, if you needed something, if you have never been to his house in Westminster, it looks like our places used to look like.
Yeah.
Stuff is all over the place, and he has no more room to put it. His wife's threatening to shoot him if he brings any more stuff. But anyway, nice guy. I mean, he'd help you out any way he could, but
And does Larry have any ideas in this regard? Have we talked with Larry about what
he's
he?
negative. He does not want to open a shop at all, period.
Okay.
I mean, it works very well in Springfield, because they have someone there manning it all the time, and
Yep.
you have to run it through her before it's left. You cannot,
Just
and
dump
it's
it.
smaller.
Mhm.
And you have clothing, you have books, you have household goods, but it all goes through her, and they take donations. So it's not, it's a pay what you think it's worth kind of a thing. And that, I'm not sure if that goes back into the Springfield Recycling, or if it's a fundraiser for a local agency, I'm not sure, but
Yep.
it works very well. So it is doable.
It is
It's
doable.
just you have to figure out the right place,
Mhm.
and the way to do it. And maybe it's ideally it is up there at the recycling center.
Mhm.
It's the place where it could go, but it would have to be very controlled.
Controlled.
But it's doable. It's happens in many towns.
Other towns do it.
Yeah.
The other question we have is, not to get into tonight, but we're in a recycling desert in terms of containers for beverages and so on. And the state and Leslie Goldman has been talking. Did the bottle bill pass, the new bottle bill?
I don't think so.
I don't think they did. The
Okay.
last word I got, because I wrote her a note about what I thought about the 10-cent thing.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
I can get refund on my alcohol or soda, water, bottled water, anything.
Yep.
I buy it in New Hampshire, and they have Vermont returnable on them. I don't
Yep.
pay the tax over there. I can bring it over here and turn it back in, get a nickel for all the things I turned in.
Right.
So what it's gonna hurt is the merchants
I know, the merchants,
River.
but anyway, as a,
I've talked to 3 different grocery stores.
Mhm,
and
they don't want it.
They don't want to take it because they don't have the room to store, number one. They don't have the help to take care of the stuff.
Exactly. We
That's
just,
what happened down there at our place. You wouldn't believe, well, I don't know if you ever went in that building, but that whole back section was full of bottles and cans waiting to be picked up.
yep,
And I mean, there was mountains of that stuff
I
down
remember
there.
that.
Donnie Sly would take it down to Brattleboro free of charge to us.
Mhm.
Then he got accused of stealing it. But
Jeez.
he would take it to Brattleboro, get
Yep.
a nickel for a nickel, and bring it back, and he turned the check into the town office. But everybody, time they saw him taking a truckload of those things out of there,
They thought he
oh,
was stealing it.
look at what he's doing. He's taking all those bottles and putting it in his pocket. Well, he wasn't putting it in his pocket.
Oh,
But that's the
That's background.
accusation you got. So
yep. So
But
anyway,
anyway.
thank you for your, the idea is a good one. I wish we could make it happen, but it doesn't seem practical to most.
well, if someone wants to show up down there on a constant basis and be the man who's going to be the sticker cop,
Right.
another nomenclature I got stuck with because I'm the only one that asks anybody for stickers down there.
Yep.
There's another word they used to use, but we won't go that way. In fact, when we changed the price from $25 to $35, we even had a sheriff's department guy down there
I remember that.
standing down there, and the baloney we got even then was enough to warrant the fact that we had to pay that guy to be there because they were just so opposition. But none of these other towns contribute to the operation of that. Now, if they kicked in, I was in Westminster when they argued the situation where they wanted to use the recycling center as their disposal point or go roadside pickup. They voted to go roadside pickup again, but yet they show up down there and they pay for their taxes. That's another ball of wax.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, these are the headaches you run into, so.
Do we have to do anything to approve these changes, or it just happens as part of the,
No, we need
You
to,
should adopt
board
it
has
by
to approve
resolution.
those changes.
well, if you're going in September 1st, we need to approve them now, right?
Right, we need to approve them now, and I do have a draft press release that I was gonna throw out. Where do I have it here? Well, one in here.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Come on now.
Thanks, Daniel.
I know I had them here someplace.
Thanks for your work on the bike project too. That's,
I had a whole ton of them here. What did I do with them? But anyway, yeah, we should approve them, and I need to, it's gonna go into the Shopper, the Commons, Westminster Gazette, and the Brattleboro Reformer, those 4 papers. Westminster Gazette would like to have it by the 17th of the month, so in order to get it in by the end of this month. So if we're gonna make these prices effective September 1st, I need to. The other thing on the press release, it does explain the tickets that we have currently and the new ones we just printed up because we hadn't made a decision on these price changes to go to the $2, 4, and 6 was the price of tickets are now priced at $1.25 down there. So when we change over, we'll put signs up that the price has gone up. Anybody who still has the $1.25 stickers will honor those stickers, but as of September 1st, even if it's the new stickers, if we're not gonna throw away 3,000 tickets and reprint a whole bunch of new ones that say $2 on them, they would now cost you $2, and it's explained in the press release. I can find it here, I can give
Does
it
it
all.
have the price on the ticket?
Well, yeah, it says
It
$1.25
does?
on there.
It
I don't know
doesn't?
why they put it on, but they did.
Never looked at
I
it.
never looked at it. I just know I need 2 bags, 2 stickers. 2 tickets.
So,
All right, so you need a motion to approve the
yep.
fee changes for the Rockingham Recycling Center effective 9/1/21.
Was that,
That was a motion.
that was a motion? I'll second that motion.
thanks.
This is the draft, so. I will, I'll get this down to Larry, I do know that you picked up the air conditioners, I'll have to put that on here. Cause we do get, those on, I'll just add it to the list. So a motion's been made and seconded to adopt the price increases with the addition of, air conditioners on the white goods section. All those in favor would say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. And I sent you one by email, right, Scott?
Yes.
The-
You got one?
The draft, so that's,
Yep.
so you have that, okay. All right, I'll get one down to Larry so he can look at it before I do anything, and if he's got any changes, I'll contact you first of the
Okay.
week, and then we can get it out.
Yep.
That way they can't say they didn't know about it. Well, they will anyway, but. All right, item 11, consideration of conveyance of public land to Novus Energy for the Novus Rock Pit Solar Project.
So in your packet, I had 3 different pieces of information for you, just as updates. The first one was prior to this meeting, in order to meet Public Utility Commission requirements, Novus had to publish a 45-day notice in order to secure their utility right-of-way. So as part of this packet, I just wanted to include that information. You don't have to adopt it or necessarily do anything with it. It's more for your information. I think it came up earlier. I think Sue had sent me an email with some questions, and that was one of her questions. And on the attachment that I incorporated in your packet, you can see the proposed right-of-way that's in front of the Public Utility Commission at the moment. So it does come off of Route 103. It's an existing GMP location. It then comes to roughly to the edge of the current gravel road. Then it will proceed underground and then go to the array, to the fence line. And that was another question that Sue had asked about security, that you can see there is a perimeter fence in the array that's being proposed as part of this leasing agreement as well. So that is going forward. That's a separate action. Just wanted to give that to you as information. In order for that to go forward, I had to give them an option to lease. So all this did is for a consideration of $1. It did show that we were contemplating the transaction. That gave them standing in order to file the application that they needed to file for the Public Utility Commission proceedings. It doesn't do anything more than just give them the permission to carry that forward. And then the third piece is the updated draft lease. We did run it through our Stephen Kuda's office. He did make some minor changes to the text of the agreement, which I then resubmitted back and was approved through Novus. So this will be the basic agreement that we will go forward with in September, unless you have any other changes or concerns. And the reason I have to do it in September is we have to publish a notice under Vermont statute and give people the ability, if they're interested, to propose a referendum or otherwise comment before we complete the transaction. So after tonight, I'll be publishing that. It'll be a legal notice, and then we'll have a 30-day waiting period. And then if enough registered voters do not appeal the transaction, then we'll go forward with an approval of a lease basically in September. So that's where we stand. Any questions? Any?
Yeah, go
Yes.
ahead, Rick.
The part 9, confidentiality, I didn't understand what information we might divulge that would be damaging to their company. What is that?
I basically, the only thing that, I don't think there's any business practices or anything that we would be giving away to anybody. The only thing is I told them that we're a public entity, so if somebody foils information under the Freedom of Information laws, I'm required to
Okay.
release information, and they acknowledge that. So there is nothing in here that's considered a
Trade secret. or
trade
anything.
secret or a
Right.
specifically protected area.
All right.
So
And how much right away does the Green Mountain Power need when they put in those power poles there? And is that any of that land usable that would be, because we're basically tying up that section of,
there's
I don't know if it's usable because I think that's the wetland, but.
well, don't forget, it comes down off a little bit of elevation there too.
Mhm.
So, and then the wetland is actually, if you look at the location, there is no wetland there. It's further in the, further up. I guess that would be more towards the what is that, northwestern portion of the property, I guess, as you look towards the Williams River. It's more in that corner, and they're well away from there.
Yeah, I mean, I can't tell how big that section is, you know, right facing Route 103.
Right.
And it's
It
just that the
basically
way,
runs-
I can't, it's hard to tell on the scale of this. It looks, because they're
Right.
doing it at a diagonal as opposed to straight across along the property line. And I don't know what right of way and clearance that
If you
they
stand there,
need.
you can see where there's been sort of a trail area.
Mm-hmm.
It's worn there in that location, so it's been used before.
Mhm.
And so really, they're just following that right of way.
But it's not gonna, I mean, if, for instance, somewhere in the next 25 years, we wanna lease that lot that's road front, I don't know if we would.
Right.
I don't know if it's big enough to lease, we're not gonna have any problems because we've got a power line running right there.
No, the only thing it might do, quite frankly, is enhance that for some other user because they will have the ability to get three-phase from there.
Right.
So there is some potential, I don't know who would potentially be looking for that, but down the road, you never know.
And the underground, it's nice that they're running the line underground across the
Well,
gravel
we
road.
requested that
That
because
was
we
our-
do run a lot
Because
of
of the height,
trucks.
the trucks going in
and,
there, they take the
Yeah.
whole line right out.
Okay,
guys
so that was our
guys forget
request.
to lower
Yeah.
their bed,
Oh,
and
good
they're
work.
they're driving through, and next thing you know, you're tearing down the power lines. It's a fiasco. So
Good idea, okay.
we just
Good,
said, please, underground it, and we won't have to worry about it. So
good move.
And then I know they are putting a fence in there, but I'm assuming anything that happens to those panels because they have a fence is their issue, not ours, because people are using this
100%.
lot all the time,
correct.
running four-wheelers through here. And I just want to make sure that when they fence it, we're done with any responsibility, even if someone comes in onto the rest of that land.
Yeah, as the property owner, we don't have any additional liability for maintaining access, controlling access through either through the gate or through the property. That's all that's all their responsibility. So they know it's not an actively monitored site, and it won't be an active, it's not anticipated to be actively monitored going forward. So.
Great. Okay.
Did anybody read this thing? I know I read through all of this, unfortunately, before I
did
showed up.
Until my eyes
Steve
hurt.
has, yeah, and I have.
Page 5, there's a question. For the section 9, it's in the lease agreement, I think it is. Section 9 says, upon written request of owner given to tenant within 10, and then they got parentheses 6, then they got 6 months. So is it 10 months, 6 months? What is it? I don't know whether the 10's a mistake or.
The original request was for 10, I believe it was, that's for the removal.
Yeah,
So we had asked for 6 months.
okay, so they probably ought to delete that 10 or correct it.
Right.
I'm just thinking. It may be insignificant, but, if it's in there, they could come back and say, well, you didn't change it, so now we want 10 months.
And I know I've asked this before, and I still worry about the Act 250. Are we 100% clear that this is not going to mess with that?
Yes, we have our application that's active. We've shared this with, responsible parties, and nobody has come back and said we have a problem. So.
Okay, are we all set with item 11, the Novus? Anybody else
Right,
have
so
anything?
you'll see
Okay.
this again in September.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, let's move on to review and approve orders, bills, and warrants. To take a motion, and there are quite a few of them here,
Stack.
so be prepared to sign.
I move to approve orders, bills, and warrants.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
And I have a couple questions if we
Yeah, we got it on the table now. Now
Discussion.
go ahead.
All right. What is the employee property tax deduction?
Somebody else property tax and we're taking it out of their paycheck.
Okay.
Or,
All right. Thank you. I didn't know what that was. And we,
I had a few of them too. I had about 4, but you answered one for me already. I was on that VLCT stuff.
Okay.
Because they audit, and then I got 2 or 3 other ones. I just don't know what they're for. It's not a very good description on there, but I'll catch up with you on that,
Okay.
rather than hassle anybody else.
all right. That's, I think,
Okay, let's get these signed here. Review agenda items
But
while
we
we're
have to vote.
signing.
We haven't voted.
September 21.
We have to vote on that warrants.
I know. All those in favor of warrants, approving the warrant, bills, orders, bills and warrants, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Start signing.
Just a couple items that I just want to bring to your attention that we're planning on for your September 1st meeting. We will be doing an update on the Opera House, and hopefully by then we'll have an idea of the full requirements of the shuttered venue operations grant. We still don't have that from the SBA. So we hope to have that for the September meeting. We will also have the, I think you had asked previously to have the listers come and do a presentation. I don't know if you still want that. So I had a question about that, so I'm just opening that for discussion with the board, if that's still your interest for the September meeting.
And Scott, the delinquent taxes, I looked at that list the other day, and there's some people there with $6,000, $7,000, $9,000 of unpaid taxes, and I'm
It's
just,
perennial, the same ones. You go back to last year, you'll find them on the list again.
but these people own pretty, properties that are like the McAllister. I mean,
Yeah. You just sit there
It's
and
been there forever.
some of them let it run for a year, and then when they have to pay, which is stupid because they got an 8% penalty, you got to pay an interest and everything else.
they pay at the last minute, yeah.
They wait,
But
and
that's,
it's crazy. But
so that's why a tax sale, to just get these people off the dime, we have
that's
to,
why
Yep.
Scott's saying we're
Yep.
moving in that direction.
good.
Yeah.
And some people are, it's been on the market to sell and they're just waiting to pay the taxes until after it sells and it hasn't sold. So there's some of those.
Yep.
There have been some of those in the past.
And then you got people who say, well, I'll buy it if you abate the taxes. Right?
Yep.
So the question for the lister, I don't know, is that
There's
a no,
more?
I guess, for the listers?
I think maybe I caught everybody in signing mode.
Yeah.
I was just waiting until.
I mean, I'm hoping the listers aren't deciding, oh, we gotta start upping all the property taxes because of the market's high, but this is a glitch, I think, in the market.
I think they just want to talk about where they are in terms of, if we have to do a partial reassessment or revow.
Where do we sign this?
And also
yeah.
talk a
Some
little
of
bit
those are
about where
signed,
we
so-
stand with the agreement with Great River Hydro, the process if we want to proceed with that agreement.
Okay, we'll
And
have
I
to
think
sign
also
those.
just the operations of the office because of the
I haven't signed that.
Right.
folks that are there.
Yeah,
So I
those
think
are-
it was sort of
no, those are
all the
signed.
above was sort of the
Signed. I
idea.
don't know why they're back again, but
Staffing with the listers, I mean, they're an elected position. Do you anticipate any changes there?
I think so. There's been conversation. Yeah. I mean, some of
So I've heard.
our folks are looking at
Is that the
transitioning.
last one?
Yep.
So I think it's starting, to have that
you pass them
conversation.
back
maybe
around, we'll
September
get,
would be helpful.
yeah, some of those
Yeah.
in that
Yeah.
folder
that'd
may
be
be
wise.
signed.
I'll carry it. I'll carry my letter.
And when do we know when we're getting this ARPA money?
We've done all the submissions. I was told that we were supposedly gonna get the first treasury check sometime in August. So I haven't seen anything more, no other correspondence at all on this since we did the submission.
And that's till 2023?
Well, you have you have to expend it by 2020, you have 2 years.
2 years, okay.
Right.
Okay, so we can have the discussion in budget season, how
We
we're
have
gonna
time.
use
Yeah.
that.
I think a
Okay.
lot of places are gonna take it and do exactly that.
Okay.
Segment it and then talk about how they wanna make sure that they're not gonna run afoul of any other federal regulation. They publish no real
That's
updates in terms of how they expect us to proceed with that. So, and there will be guidelines, you can guarantee with that money.
Okay, is there any other business? I know you probably just got through with some of yours, or?
Well, no, I'm just thinking of
Oh,
what
yeah,
needs to be
yeah.
on the next agenda, whether that's a discussion or that can be held off. And then the other thing is, I mean, we haven't,
Sign those, yeah.
we are, budget season will be here before we know it.
Yes,
And we haven't, when we get to budget season, we focus so much on the budget and the immediate, we haven't had a long-term planning kind of discussion at this point. And I think that if there's time between now and budget season to fit that in on one of our meetings, to sort of look at, you know, this building, capital plans, big highway projects coming up. This storm, for one, it's, you know, and the ditching they did, but we do have to, even though it's 2032, where we have to meet the hydrologically connected road segment process, that's really not that far away when you're also dealing with storms that come in too, you know.
Right.
You want to, any fixing we're going to do in storms, you want to make sure that we're meeting that 2032 deadline with our repairs. So that type of long-term project planning discussion, I think we need to have, if we can have it before budget, because we won't once budget
Right.
season
No,
starts.
no, because it gets,
Well, I'm hoping that by September, you know, the meeting will have some updated financials that we can go through. And then I think probably the next focus after that will be the long-term planning on the financials, where we can start to forecast out.
I want to second what Susan said, because we have to deal with the immediate all the time, and you know that
Yep.
7 Habits of Highly Effective People is the immediate drives out the important every time.
Yeah.
So if we could step back and look at the budget, I'm curious about the debts and bonds, and I would
Oh, yeah.
I'd really like to.
I mean, it's 25% of the budget.
I know. So
Makes you wake up after a
I'd love to-
while.
Yeah.
I second that thought.
Yeah, but it's also dropping off, but we want to,
Right.
we don't want to do a plummet and then go back up again.
Right.
We want to get to this point where it's stable and not so high. So
Right.
that's,
Right.
we never take the time to have that type of discussion, and we,
Mm.
just because you're focused on the day-to-day.
Other business, Bonnie? Elijah?
I'm all set.
Rick?
I'm good.
You know when they're doing the chip seal?
Well, we're back again to we were behind because of some of the rain
Okay,
and some of that.
the only reason I'm asking this because the neighbors are having an estate sale this week, Saturday and Sunday, and the following week, Saturday, Sunday.
Well,
So they,
usually they were supposed to start this week, but I think Andy,
Okay.
obviously with everything going on. put them
you know,
off.
because the parking's gonna be a circus out there, I'm sure that we've already had people
The
coming down
earliest
there
it would
looking
be
already.
either-
That's Mary Jane
The earliest would
Baldwin.
be the following week, and my guess is they might even have to push it out a week beyond that, so.
Also, I have a, guy coming, a log truck coming to take my statue away that I got left. So I don't want, you know, think I show up and trying to
Well, they're-
work around
they're
him.
Working the roads, yeah, right now,
Thank you, sir.
we're behind another 10 days or so on that, so.
All right, that's all I have, I guess. We don't need an executive session, so I would take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
All right.
Aye.
We're done.
Oh, Deb wants to
night.
come in.
Thank you. Good night.
It's
World War II about a woman in the
Historical
Polish,
fiction.
sort of the Polish underground,
Okay.
and she helps the Jewish kids get out of the ghetto down there. It's just amazing.
These books are, stuff that happened, that word.
It's a good book. I got 2 or 3 different ones. I got another one on the one that trained to Magdeburg, and that's another one about the Jewish where they rescued about 2,500 people on a train.
Yeah.
They got to
Some
the.
individual people did some amazing things.
Oh, yeah, that's-
In a
yeah.
horrible,
Yeah.
horrible world.
Oh yeah, this is pretty good how she got through the
Yeah.
thing and they were trying through that. You're welcome. to borrow it anytime you want. Got nothing else to do.
Scott, I
Yes.
don't know if,
Record